Okay, so I actually got quite a bit done this week on the game. Not as far as storyline wise, which is what I'm trying to finish, but I got some stuff fixed that have been lingering for a long time that is gonna save me a lot of time. So first off, the skill tree plugin that I was using, Sunfire's skill tree. Well, I was using an older version because whenever I tried to use the newer version, it would crash. But the main problem with the older version is that if I were to like test a new skill tree, like if I had a skill tree and I wanted to like change the skill tree a little bit, just add a skill or remove a skill or whatever, I'd have to start a new game over again to see the changes on that. So that is obviously kind of problematic when you're getting to a point in the game where maybe a character joins you like 5 hours into the game. That it becomes really inconvenient to test those features basically. So it took me about 3 days, but I finally did. There was some issues with the newer version of the plugin that it was like broken in a few ways, but I was able to fix it. So now I have the newest version of that, and I can dynamically update skill trees whenever I want now. The other thing that I did too is I added game difficulty settings. Now, I tried to do it inside this menu, but I found the Yamfly options core to be somewhat limiting. So what I did was I did this through the help of AI, by the way. So because by default I'm not like that good at programming like programming from scratch, but I'm okay at reading code and modifying it and telling a computer system exactly what I want it to do. So instead of trying to fit the options within this menu, I just created a brand new scene called Game Difficulty Scene, and it looks like this. So when you first start the game or in the options menu, you can pick easy, normal, hard, very hard. And I just made it like this. I don't know if this was the right way to do it. It's probably a little too fancy, but it works. Works great. So, whatever, right? So, the only problem though with the skill tree plugin as it is that it's now all fixed, but it broke all my previous save files. So now I actually probably have to spend the first few hours today getting to the point in the game where I was writing the next part of the story. So I did about 3 hours yesterday, and there's still quite a bit to go. So we're at the K-Knight world. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what I always do when I play through again, is try to fix some things as I go along. Like each time I play through, I try to fix a few more things, and by the time I'm done with the game, it ends up being pretty robust. So we're on the K-Knight homeworld. We're about to go to Kronos, the city of Kronos. Or no, we're in Abraxas. So we're gonna go to pick up Admiral Bernard. There's still one little flaw in the skill tree plugin too. If I try to add characters to the team using initialize, it adds the skill tree twice. Now that's problem isn't as bad, because when you do the initialize to add a new character, it's only for like if you are loading a save file and you're adding a character after. So I just have to undo all the initializes, like with when new characters join to the party, and that's a smaller problem than not being able to update the skill tree. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the progress I made this last week. But again, it broke all my previous save files, so now I just literally have to play through the game to get to the part where I was before. Probably need to buy some equipment. I forgot about that part. Let me load the game because I think 300,000 might be a little too much money. We don't want to have enough money to buy like everything, which that's kind of what it looks like. Now let's see how this equipment. probably pick up some med kits too. And I'm kind of playing at the pace of how I would actually play the game, because I want an accurate measure of like how long the game is, because I don't quite know. And again, a lot of the maps are abbreviated for the sake of getting the story done, but in phase 3 I'm gonna make the maps a little longer, a little less abbreviated, so you'll see some abbreviated parts as this goes along. The game is basically a storyboard at the current moment. Chair, what? Okay, 239. We'll just move them one space up. How dare you break into my home? I'm sorry, sir. It's important. Alliance has a device like this in their possession. Why haven't they used it? It would be a powerful weapon. They can't activate the ship or the device, at least not yet. The inhibitor can only be activated by a Molarian consciousness. The android that Scrap Springs Division found at the dig site, information from a Molarian computer was downloaded into its positronic net. It contains the memories of one of these Molarians. You're saying your comrades and their android can activate the ship and the device? That's true, your little movement might stand a chance, yes. But they're facing overwhelming force. They can't do it alone. This isn't about the coalition. This is about the future of all of us. The conference the ESA hosting in 3 days is a sham designed to achieve concessions from over 100 Outer Rim worlds through fear. They're planning a false flag attack with the intent of framing the coalition. They want to make us look like monsters so that the people will come running into their open arms. With an alpha who's all too willing to eager to concede, we need to get a battle fleet together. If the device is made active by the ESA, it'll be too late for the coalition. Canis Majora will be next. I want to help Argus, but I'm retired. I'm afraid I have no fleet to command. Surely you must have some pull, sir. A year ago, maybe. But now... Admiral, I know you were close to Kronos, who also publicly opposed the installment of the current Alpha. Kronos and his leadership as Alpha freed us from ESA oppression. His reforms after the war led to a stable and prosperous Canite Prime, that we see today. Canis Prime. If the Alpha continues on his current path, much of the progress under Kronos will be undone. I had to retire as I was not willing to play any part in this. If only his health had not failed him. Admiral, Kronos didn't die of Hendrix syndrome, he was poisoned. Then Commodus was installed as Alpha. He soon became quite wealthy. Of course, Commodus claims that the credits came from legitimate investments. The records I've obtained, however, suggest otherwise. How did you acquire this information? Is it verifiable? Senior official inside the Alpha's inner circle. Yes, it's absolutely verifiable. That mongrel, he sells out the pack for his owner. He has to be stopped, Admiral. Once this information is revealed, the Alpha will not be able to maintain control. We're talking about a coup d'etat. Who knows what the outcome would be? The Alpha would be replaced with a more could be replaced with a more favorable faction. We might get our fleet, or there could be a war of succession with no clear Alpha. The ESA is involved. There's no telling what contingency plans they have for something like this. We can't release this information on open channel. It will be immediately disregarded as a conspiracy theory and seen by no one. What about your contact with the Alpha's inner circle, Serena? Who is it? Tiberius Fox, director of the Canine Intelligence Bureau. Is he willing to come forward publicly? I don't know. He knows something needs to be done, but he has no idea what will happen if such information is revealed publicly. He's afraid it will lead to civil war. This is bigger than Canis. If revealing the crimes of the Alpha causes a civil war, so be it. Don't take this lightly, Argus. If that happens, many could die. They already have, and many more will. They can die being held down without a chance, or they can die standing strong. I don't take this lightly, Admiral. How are we going to pull this off? Where do we even begin? I have an idea. The Independence Day festival is tonight. The Alpha will be holding a celebration in the capital. In accordance with tradition, the event will be streamed live from the Alpha's Grand Palace. It is customary for the Alpha to speak regarding the status of the pack. We have to reveal the falsehoods of the Alpha publicly from a stream that won't be shut down. Millions of Canites will be watching from Canis and the colonies. What's the plan, Admiral? Many senior officials within the pack will be in attendance, including Director Fox. Let's convince him to help us. We must gain physical access to the palace's live data feed. We'll need a senior level access code. Director Fox was uneasy the last time I spoke with him. He might not be willing to do this. If he provides his access code, he'll be exposed. Let's say he decides to help us, then what? While the speech is being streamed, we need to release the evidence on the Canine cybernet. The evidence must be released from the palace's live data feed. Everyone who's watching will see the evidence displayed on their screen. So you're saying that while the alpha is giving his speech, we have to find a way to release the evidence from the palace's live feed at the same time. By the time they stop the feed, it will be too late. The facts will be there for everyone to see clear as day. Then all hell breaks loose. Let's get this over with. Cerberus 7, Kronos 5G, come. Trixes. Yes. Attend to the animals while I'm gone. I don't know for sure how long I'll be away. Affirmative. Let's head out to the capital. The festival starts in a few hours. We don't want to be late. We're all tired, but time is not on our side. Let's go. Okay. Let's make sure that these guys have the proper skill trees. He does. Yep. Although I haven't added any skill trees for them yet. Let's, I guess, get some more equipment for Bernard. Okay, let's switch the order that these guys join. I'm not gonna care about it for it to like start over again, but I think if we just make it so that we add Cerberus 7, and then we add Bernard 2nd, and then Kronos 5G 3rd. That'll be a little better. Oh, hey, Nerd Mansion, what's up? Thanks for the $1. I fixed my skill tree plugin so I can actually update the skill trees without having to start a new game. But unfortunately, it breaks all my previous save files, so I'm literally having to play through the game to the point where I was to get to the next part of the story. Now this part is abbreviated, so this map isn't done yet. It's because basically to get to I'm basically doing the story first as a storyboard, and then I'm gonna make the maps more robust, I guess. And there's not even like enemies in here. This map is meant to be like a puzzle map, kind of, where you have to like hit a couple switches and then it drains the water so you can get to the bunker or whatever the fuck. I don't remember which way to go now. Yep, and there's plenty to be fixed. So see how this just was a room with water and then suddenly it's empty? That's because there's gonna be some kind of puzzle to lower the water. But I just haven't done that yet, so I just skipped past it. So now we're in the next part of the story. We get to the palace basement. We're in the basement of the palace. The Alpha must have started the celebration. Our first objective is Director Fox, so timing has to be just right. Otherwise, the information lockdown protocols will be implemented. If that happens, we would be coming all this way for nothing. The uplink must be established, just as the Alpha is giving his speech. Easier said than done, even if Director Fox helps us. I'm sure whatever the uplink is located, it's heavily guarded. What happens after the speech? Your guess is as good as mine. There's a lot that could go wrong here. If we're lucky, there will be a short war of succession, and a new Alpha will be established within hours. If there's no clear victor, then the conflict can drag out indefinitely. After the speech, I will contact the other admirals and convince them to unite. You mean yours? Under one banner. I have no desire to be Alpha, but I will do whatever it takes to secure the future of the K-Knight Pack. That will be my message to the other admirals. Failure is not an option. This is bigger than Canis. The fate of the entire sector rests on the actions we take today. That's a lot of pressure. Believe me, I know. Come on, let's do this. All I gotta say about the storyline of this game is that it's intense. It's an intense story. We'll sniff out any potential for that. Everybody's enjoying the party. Happy Independence Day, Director Fox. Serena, it was not wise of you to come here. I see you brought friends. This was not what we agreed to. I had to. We need your help. Once we explain, you'll understand. I've already helped enough. There's nothing more I can do. Excuse me, Director Fox. This is bigger than what you think. You're barking. Are you sure you want to draw attention to yourself? I'm sorry, but this is urgent. We still have about an hour before the Alpha gives his speech. Come with me. If what you say about this inhibitor is true, then we're all in grave danger. Now that you know how high the stakes are, you have to help us. All I have is information. If it's released publicly, it means a canine civil war. It would no longer be one pack, one family. There's no guarantees that the results would be better than what we have currently. At least right now, there's relative peace and harmony. You may have peace right now, but not tomorrow. The price is too damn high. A long and drawn-out civil war would destroy everything the pack has built over the years. If we do this, how do we prevent unnecessary bloodshed? That's where Admiral Bernard comes in. If there's a succession crisis, he has the clout and influence to unite the sub-packs under one banner. Omega Pack and Sigma Pack aren't going to be a problem. I served with them for years. Beta Pack could be a problem. They are loyal to the current regime. Gamma Pack and Epsilon Pack will follow whoever comes out on top. Delta Pack is the wild card. They have a history of staying out of the fighting until they see an opportunity to take control. It's a risk, but we have to do this. The fate of the Pack's future is on the line. Okay, what do you need me to do? We need to gain physical access to the Palace's live data uplink. The incriminating evidence needs to be transmitted while Commodus is giving his speech. Millions of Canites will be watching. We'll need a senior level security code to gain access. The uplink is located on the top floor of the palace. The area is off limits right now. It will be heavily guarded. Then we'll just have to fight our way through. We have around 30 minutes before the Alpha gives his speech. Let's get moving. What have I gotten myself into this time? I'm doing save files in chronological order so I can go back to them later. Gone the wrong way. The celebration is in the Eastern Ballroom. Access to the upper floors is not permitted. I'm the director of Canine Intelligence. I have clearance. The Alpha said there is to be no exceptions. Turn back now or you will be detained. I'm afraid we can't do that. Get down on the ground. Make me. Rash and slash.
Error. Compute not possible.
Hide these bodies. We're running out of time. Let's get to the top floor. Oh yeah, the Alpha's speech of being uplifted by their human. Because this species, the Canites, they actually were genetically engineered like normal like they were normal dogs that were genetically engineered and became like intelligent. So there's like some history there. Are the preparations ready? Yes, Alpha. Then let's get on with it. This is the dawn of a new era of peace. Commodus is about to speak. Where's the uplink located? It's just up ahead. Let's do this. Do. Oh, here we go. It's going down. The broadcast is just starting. Hurry. Enter in the following access code. I have access. Here are the files. Move them to the transmit folder. Soon they will be broadcasted publicly. Transferring files. Let's check out the broadcast. I'll open up a channel to the other subpacks. K-Knight citizens, today we celebrate K-Knight Independence Day. Our former masters uplifted us from our humble beginnings. Once we were merely their pets, now we stand strong. Getting here wasn't easy. First we were given the gift of language. Next came reading, writing, education, science, engineering, art, culture, and economics. At last we saw the world through new eyes. Our former masters did not. We asked for our freedom, they denied us. Then we chose to fight. After many years and after much blood was spilled, our freedom was secured. As we begin to build our society, our former masters were forced to acknowledge our sovereignty. A new era of peace had begun to take shape. Now we enter a new phase, the era of partnership and cooperation with our former masters. Not in subservience to them, but in standing as equals. I met with officials from the Alliance earlier this week. After the activation of the Zelenov array, the pack will have favored status. In exchange for our cooperation and friendship, our ships will be allowed to travel freely. Administrative control of all the SA colonies in Canis Majora will be transferred to the pack. The Canis Majora sector will become our exclusive domain. Our brothers and sisters on Cerberus and Service will be freed from their bondage. Finally, our former masters show us the respect we deserve. The dawn of a new era of peace and prosperity is upon us. As we reflect on our past and consider our future, let us take pause and experience the moment and celebrate 30 years of independence. I'm honored to walk with all of you as we build this future together. We are one pack, one family. I'm in the middle of a speech. What's the meaning of this? Excuse my early departure. I have an urgent matter that requires my attention. Breaking news. An unauthorized file transfer was just received on the data pads throughout the pack. The information contained within implicates the Alpha in a number of crimes: credit laundering, secret meetings with ESA officials, and the death of Kronos the Great. I've just received a written statement from the Alpha's administration. It reads, "This message is to all K-Knight citizens. A file was recently downloaded onto your data pads. The information contained within is entirely false. Do not let those who would fragment the pack destroy our unity. Those responsible for these lies will be brought to justice." There seems to be a little bit of frame rate issue here. It's just in. Fighting has broken out in the capital between Gamma Pack and Epsilon Pack. I bet it's the parallel events with these little flames that are doing it. So I probably just gotta reduce the number of them a little bit, and it should improve, hopefully. Oh yeah, it's getting really bad now. Let me make sure there's no actual bugs going on. I think I just have to reduce the number of little flames. We're at a stalemate. This is not going as smoothly as expected. Open a channel to Sigma Pack. Arcanus. Bernard, you old dog, so it was you who uploaded the file. It's risky. All sides are taking heavy losses. There's no clear victor. I hope you know what you're doing, Admiral. We need a MatCon transport out of here. We're still at the palace. We can be discovered at any moment. Sigma Pack and Omega Pack must coordinate their efforts. If we can deliver a crushing blow, Gamma and Epsilon will fall in line. A fleet is minutes away. We'll rendezvous with Omega Pack in orbit above the capital. We'll get you out of there, Admiral. Hang tight. We're getting hit hard, Bernard. I hope you have a good plan. Rendezvous with Sigma Pack. We must work together. If we can defeat Beta and Alpha, the others will fall in line. I guess we'll see. Good hunting. To you as well. I knew it was you. sold out the pack to our sworn enemy. This can't be forgiven. I have not sold out the pack. They are our enemy no longer. They gave us life and civilization as we know it. You have no idea what you've done. Our people will pay the price. The ESA was going to free our brothers and sisters. Canis Majora would have been ours for the taking. All that was required for us is to stay out of their way. Your handlers in the Alliance have been lying to you, Commodus. If they wanted to free us, they could have done so a long time ago. They dangle a treat in front of you and you eagerly obey. A known canine weakness. Shut up, you insolent little pup. So you're the one to spark the flames of chaos and dissent. I knew Bernard wouldn't have the guts to do this on his own. You started this. Now it's time to finish it. I still gotta fix all the gameplay stuff that's a little janky right now. But I'm gonna do that in phase 3. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm in trouble.
Error. Compute not possible.
Let's do some epinephrine mist. We'll do some nanobot gel. jumper battery on Cerberus. And since I had to start my game over again with the new skill tree plugin, I'm basically playing through it as I would play it. So because I don't quite know how long it is. I think it's like 9 hours long right now, but I don't quite know for sure because of the abbreviated maps. And so I'm trying to kind of play it without skipping to see like roughly how long it is. This isn't over. We'll see you on the battlefield. Palace is being shelled. We have to get out of here. We've made it to the rendezvous point now. Get us out of here. Oh, the camera's supposed to angle up at this point. My old ship? The Saber Wolf. We pulled it out of retirement, just like you. What's our status? All the fleets are in position. So far, most of the action seems to be happening on the surface. Each side is trying to prevent a protracted conflict. What's the status of our forces fighting in the capital? All sides have suffered heavy losses. That includes us, as well as forces loyal to Commodus. I'm taking command of the ground forces. Understood. If anybody can pull it off, you can. Bring the tactical interface online. Let's show them what we're made of. Antimatter artillery. Got them pinned down. Victory is within reach. Admiral, I'm detecting a movement from the Alpha and Beta fleets. Long-range scans are detecting an incoming third fleet. Standard ESA configuration. They're heading right for us. So Commodus begs his owners for help. That filthy, brown-nosing lapdog. Brace yourselves. Evasive pattern Sigma 125. Yes, we finally got them off our tail. Fire! Sir, I'm receiving a transmission from Gamma Pack and Epsilon Pack. Their fleets are moving into a defensive formation around us. Finally, they see the falsehoods of Commodus and his masters. Does this put us on equal footing? Our forces are still outnumbered 2-1. Still no word from Delta Pack. Nothing. We're being hailed by Sigma Fleet. Put them through. What's the plan, Admiral? We're still heavily outnumbered. I didn't anticipate Commodus would have an entire fleet at his ESA fleet at his disposal. Epsilon and Gamma Pack have come to our side. We're not going down without a fight. Where the hell is Delta Pack? Surely once they see what's at stake, they'll have to come to our side. I hope you're right, Arcanus. Looks like they're not leaving us with much of a choice. The enemy has started their assault. If we die today, we go down fighting. Understood. Arcanus out. Saber Wolf. Mega Cruiser. Stand down, Admiral. We have you outnumbered. Never. Here we go. Our fleet has taken significant losses. This isn't good, sir. Detecting additional contacts on long-range sensors. It's Delta Pack. Oh no. What is it? They've got a weapons lock on both fleets. Their fleet is massive. Hundreds of ships. Where did they get so many ships? The design profile of the vessels matches that of Nova's Federation. Nova's Federation, so the Delta Pack goes behind our back. They've traded one master for another. Sir, they're entering weapons range. Evasive pattern, Gamma 725. Dropping like flies. Sir, we're receiving a wideband transmission on an open channel. Put it through. Aye, sir. Xena, you backstabbing bitch. This is Xena Del Monte, leader of the Delta Pack. This message is directed to all those engaged in the fighting. Stand down immediately or you will be destroyed. From this day forward, there is only one pack, one family. Prepare to be boarded and turn over your vessels. Sir Commodus's fleet is in full retreat. We better do the same. Contact what's left of the fleet. Full retreat. Get us out of here. Let these latest events serve as a lesson to all K-Knights. We can all see now how fragile our stability was all along. For the sake of the pack, the time for reform is now. Commodus proved to be untrustworthy as your alpha. He's now tucked his tail between his legs and run home to his master. His government in exile is illegitimate. Admiral Jackson Bernard served with honor and distinction throughout his career. However, he and his followers nearly brought our people to the brink of chaos. We can't allow this to happen again. Admiral Bernard and his followers are henceforth exiled from the K-9 Pack. Their tattered fleet was last detected heading for Proxima Sector. If they attempt to return, they will be apprehended and executed. In my first action as Alpha, I'm hereby dissolving all sub-packs. There is only one Alpha. There is only one pack. There is only one family. The hard work of rebuilding our way of life has just begun. I can't do this alone. I need your help. Let nothing stand in our way. The K-Knight spirit will never be broken. A Cromwell bitch scrambled your circuits pretty bad. Are you sure this is the right place? Affirmative. Kraken is the only relic mining settlement in the Virago Valley. If there are any clues about this supposed supercarrier, this is where we'll find it. Are we sure this isn't a waste of time? We took out the ESA's regional command center. We should have hit them hard when we had the chance. Our forces are waiting for the order. We only have one shot at this. Even if we could have pulled off a surprise attack, this Lenolf array is located in the Proxima system. No vessels in, no vessels out except theirs. The supercarrier is our only chance. Can't wait to get my hands on this jump drive thing. We travel to any star system in the blink of an eye? How exciting. Don't get ahead of yourself quite yet, Gianna. We still have to find this thing. Even if we find the supercarrier, the pigs have been moving their forces into the area. Even with all of our remaining forces, it might not be enough. Cronus 13 said the ship could only be activated with a Malarian consciousness. Does that mean Cronus 13 is the only one who can activate it? Negative. In our encounter with Kern, he copied Zeron's consciousness. He's also capable of activating the supercarrier. They haven't activated the ship yet, which means it's not too late. We don't know how much time we have. Let's start looking for clues. This part's also kind of abbreviated. I'm just making sure that the skill trees didn't double add, which is what they did when I... Okay, good. They're all fine. They're all normal. Good. I have to beef this town up a little bit. See, I have like empty rooms like this. It's just because I haven't. I usually like to do the main thing first and then dedicate time to sit down and make a bunch of details. Probably in phase 3, but mostly what we got right now is a storyboard. Wow, it really worked. I almost didn't believe it. Of course it worked. Kern sent the correct program. He wouldn't waste our time. The last one took out a whole squadron. Will this one have the same problem? Andros 14 is nothing like the previous model. The unit was specifically designed to handle the Malarian code. It will remain compliant. That means we're ready to resume the project. Cromwell gave us orders to activate the relic as soon as the android is ready. First, we have to analyze the data from the latest test. We still have some time before the next truck leaves. Get back to work. These relics don't dig themselves out of the ground, you know. Affirmative. That android. It stopped when it passed near you. Processing. I sensed Zeron, but something was different. If that android knows who you are, then why didn't it rat us out? I do not know. Zeron's still in there somewhere. Andros 14 might be more obedient, but the Malarian code affects many systems. Full compliance can't be guaranteed. At least we know that Cronus 13 took us to the right place. We have to get to this thing before they do. Where the hell is it? A scientist mentioned a truck leaving soon. Maybe that's our ticket. It must be somewhere nearby. Soren, activate our tracking beacon and inform home base that we have a lead. We have to be ready to strike at a moment's notice. It's done. That's it. Status 1924A refers to a stealth mobilization. They'll be ready and waiting when we give the order. Let's find this truck. Shouldn't have saved there. Yeah. Oh well. This must be the truck. It's been over an hour. Did we pick the wrong truck? I didn't see any other vehicles. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak. The engine just started. Looks like you're gonna have to hold it. Ugh. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Are we there yet? Be patient, Mari. We'll be there. We'll get there when we get there. With all that's happened, I've been thinking about what Cromwell said. What would that be? She said that Outer Rim Coalition will become a force to be reckoned with, that we bring about the destruction of everything, the purge. She spoke as if she's already seen it. She's just blowing smoke up your ass. No, Soren is right. I didn't understand what she was saying at first, but after Cronus 13 woke up and explained about the final days of the Malarians, time as a weapon, something truly sinister is going on. The Malarians died out thousands of years ago. The only way a Terran ship could have destroyed them is if they had access to this technology. How much damage have they done? We'd never know. From the sound of it, that Terran ship, the Raven, destroyed hundreds of worlds. The configuration of the vessel is unknown. Only the other ship on record has a similar configuration, the Dauntless. The official records show the ship to be a Novus prototype, but I'm not so sure. INN broadcasted the story for weeks. The Novus captain's ship was from the Raxion incident. What was her name again? Carol Everson. At her trial, she infamously claimed that she was not an officer of the Novus Federation. She claimed to be part of an organization called the Terran Republic, which doesn't exist. Needless to say, it didn't go well for her. The court found her actions leading to the massacre that were the result of paranoid delusions. I have to say that at the time I agreed with the court's conclusion. The Raven destroyed hundreds of worlds. This captain destroyed at least one world. Luckily, she was caught before she could do any damage. Who knows what really happened? Even if some part of what Cromwell was saying is true, that Orc gains a foothold in this sector, it makes sense why they would be after the inhibitor. The premise of stopping terrorism in the Outer Rim is just a smokescreen. They're literally trying to gain full control of space and time and shape the outcome. But why? It can't just be a thirst for power. What does Kern want? What is he trying to get? We're slowing down. We must be close. Finally. I like this part of the game. Discovering the Eye of Providence. We're under strict orders from Director Kern. Let's get through the tunnels and activate the ship ASAP. Can't we just beam right to the ship? Not while the Madcon Scrambler is in operation. We don't want any uninvited guests. Let's get on with it. Agent 112 to home base. We have reached target Bravo. Status 725C. Madcon Scrambler in effect. Hold on strike until Scrambler unit has been neutralized. Over and out. Let's go. Affirmative. What was that save file at the end? Are we ready? Yes. Affirmative.
Not possible.
brawler drone. Get out of the way.
System malfunction, dev overload.
System malfunction. Corners 13, are you okay? Did the brawler damage you? Negative. Then what is it? This place. It's familiar somehow. So many images. I can't make sense of it. Zeron's past. You're not going to short out on us, are you? I do not know. Okay, I can learn some skills now. Polaron drones. Second skin. Let's have all these guys learn counter. The rivers flows in silence. The rivers flow in silence. We sculpt the land for our shared benefit. The first Molarian temple, eons ago. The Golden Age. The eye is acquired. It shows no future for our kind. The last sunset. The end came suddenly, swiftly, and without warning. A prolonged slumber. The altered man becomes machine. The altered man becomes more than the sum of his parts. A third presence takes shape. The altered man obtains the eye. He now has the power to see what he was never meant to. 2 automatons, 1 wall, 1 door. One great weapon is destroyed, another is created. A brief oasis on the eve of the ultimate end. What is it, what is Cronus 13 saying, Cracks? The caretaker, I've returned. What the hell does that mean? Your guess is as good as mine. Cognitive systems restored. Zeron has many memories of this place. It is affecting my baseline functions. There were survivors after the attack. Zeron was among them. He had an important mission. How many survivors? Of 12 billion, no more than 3,500 individuals across the entire planet. They survived no more than a few years. When their power reserves ran out, they could no longer filter the air. They had time to contemplate their demise. There's something else. Zeron is trying to remember. At the present time, it's repressed. There should be a visual log somewhere in this facility. If we can find it, it might help Zeron remember. Something about this place gives me the creeps. Our memory lives on. They entered their pods one last time. Okay. It appears that a device was removed from here some time ago. The inhibitor? No, the inhibitor was found at the ruins where you found me. This is something else. You have the memories of Zeron. You said this place was familiar. Shouldn't you know? As I said earlier, something has been repressed. Let's keep looking. Maybe something here will shake Zeron's memory loose. This tablet. It's written in another language. It's not Molarian. Do you know what it says? It's familiar to me, but I can't read it. You did say that Zeron's people discovered an artifact, right? What did it do exactly? The Eye of Providence enabled us to see. Zeron, is that you? What did this eye allow you to see? Our future, our past, alternate futures, alternate pasts. Infinite action, infinite reaction. Probabilities of possibilities. Is this how the Molarians discovered their fate? Affirmative. They tried to prevent their own destruction. The inhibitor. So if this Eye of Providence is no longer here, who has it now? Agents of the Advena. Much damage has been done. Let's keep looking for that visual log. I'm sure it will give us a better idea of what happened. I'm detecting a Molarian database file. It's heavily encrypted. I don't think the Alliance would have been able to crack it. Are you able to access it, Cronus 13? I believe so. Help. The radiation. We've been out here too long. Get them to the stasis pods now. They've taken far more than a lethal dose. If there's even the slightest chance of survival, we must take it. There aren't many of us left. Come on, let's get you in. Let's get you two into your pods. Zeron, what is this? Cronus 13, Realm Lord. Is this a log or a memory? Both and neither. It is the key to open the door. What door? To the others. Their memory lives on. Zeron, wait for me. A thick layer of radioactive ash has enveloped the planet. It will take thousands of cycles for our home to recover. The atmosphere is unbreathable. What does the eye tell us? We have no future. Our civilization dies with us. I don't accept that. There must be something we can do. We'll have to move beyond conventional methods. The eye shows that our civilization does not survive. If that's the case, focus the eye to the moment it is found by the others. You mean after we're gone? If we know who they are and the circumstances of their arrival, we might find a way to preserve something of our people. Focusing the eye based on updated parameters. Is this the device you were looking for, Subdirector Kern? The Eye of Providence, so it does exist. It's been undisturbed for over 4,000 years, buried in this facility. Even with its power, it seems it is not enough. It was not enough to save the Malarians. What does this thing even do, Subdirector? The device is a temporal scanner and much more. It can observe and analyze events in the past, present, and future. So this thing can predict the future? I wouldn't go that far, but it's the next best thing. The very act of observing another space-time changes the ultimate outcome. But the information gained from these observations can create extremely accurate predictive models. Any decision can be analyzed and possible outcomes can be observed. So who built this thing anyway? The people who died out on this planet? No, the Malarians are a much younger civilization. They found this device, much like we found the other artifacts. It's at least 1 million years old. The device must have changed hands many times. Now it is the property of the Terran Republic. Load it up. We're taking it back to Earth. Yes, Subdirector. So these Terrans are the ones responsible for our destruction. The man known as Kern obtains the eye. He has other artifacts, including our inhibitor, bringing him great power. Go forward. Observe the sequence of events. What does he do with this power? What did you find, Zeron? The man known as Kern used his power and consolidated authority. No force was able to stop him. Many tried. All had failed. Thousands of worlds fell under his control. So he had an unfair advantage. He was always 10 steps ahead. Some began to realize the danger that Kern posed. One in his inner circle attempted to end his life. After this, he became the Altered Man. Oh, you mean when he became the android he is today? This made him even stronger and effectively immortal. Even so, a part of him was lost. We spent our final years looking for a way to stop him. We were the only ones who could see these events before they occurred. It was our responsibility to find a way. We went through thousands of scenarios until we found a glimmer of hope. We've gone through this hundreds of times, Zeron. The procedure works. Our memories can be preserved, but when we are found and assimilated by Kern, he learns all that we know. What if we hide what we know from him? What do you mean, Zeron? We can transfer the memory of the others to the system and encrypt it. I will generate the decryption key. I will commit it to memory. Then I will erase my memory of you and the others. I will remember the key, but with no context. I will believe that I'm the sole survivor of our kind. I will be found at the facility containing the inhibitor. When Kern overtakes me, there will be no memory that this occurred. If we do this, how will you find us again? The eye shows two automatons. The first one is in the service of Kern, the second one serving those who stand in his way, both with my memories. When the second one arrives, instruct the system to show them the log. Then I will remember what the key is for. Then all of you will be released. Will this really work, Zeron? The eye shows that under this scenario, the rebels have an 82.7% chance of acquiring the supercarrier. This creates a series of events that weakens Kern's power. Kern still has a 72.1% chance of victory in the overall conflict, but it takes many more cycles than it otherwise would have. So all we can do is delay his victory. We're sure there's nothing else we can try. None of the other scenarios had a chance of success higher than 4.2%. We're almost out of power. I'm not sure how long we can keep going through scenarios. I'll inform the others. Zeron, do you remember the key? Yes. Use it. Our memory lives on. Zeron, I thought I'd never see you again. Zolina, I thought I had already lost you. This is our home now. We must assist Cronus 13's people in defeating the one known as Kern. The eye showed us this path as the most likely to succeed. Hey, wait a minute. There's quite a lot of you. What will that do to Cronus 13? A collective blending of consciousness. The whole will be greater than the sum of its parts. I accept your people's consciousness integrating with my own. Are you sure you want to do this, Cronus 13? We won't be the same again. If you have any chance of defeating Kern, what other choice do we have? It's a small price to pay. Thank you, my friend. Holy shit. We are ready to assist. You sound different. We are. Cronus 13 positronic matrix is stable, but it's now made up mostly of Malarian code. How many of you Malarians are dancing around in there? 312 individuals. So it's true. There was a Terran Republic, but no longer. The disgraced Captain Everson was telling the truth. So Kern wiped these people out. He was collecting artifacts that he used to manipulate the timeline. How much damage has been done? We don't even know. We're a product of the damage. This is making my head spin. How are we ever going to stop this guy? With all the tools at his disposal, what chance do we have? 27.9%. Excuse me? What? Soren asked the question, what chance do we have? To which we replied with the correct answer, 27.9%. I don't really like those odds. Perhaps now that we know about the Eye and Kern and all the rest, we can shift our strategies toward dealing with the real threat. Without what we've just learned, our chances would have been nothing. So our odds are going up. We must hurry. Without the supercarrier, the organization known as Outer Rim Coalition will fail. Cronus 13 is right. Let's get to the supercarrier and disable the Matcon Scrambler. It's now or never. The super carrier. Let's find and disable that MatCon scrambler. We sense the activation of the super carrier. We must hurry. This part's abbreviated as well. Got hostile forces to the south. What happened to the MatCon scrambler? Form up. Uh-oh. Oh no, actually I think they are supposed to be this small to give the appearance of a very large ship. What's wrong with you, Andros 14? We should already be in orbit. A supercarrier was never meant to function with one mind alone. You again? I should have known. We're shutting this shit down right now. Andros 14, eliminate them now. Isn't over. We will stop you. Get out. Our power. Relics activating on the surface. Thousands of signals. Good. Those pigs will finally get what's coming to them. ESA forces are being taken completely off guard. They're in full retreat. Good, they can go back to where they came from. We must see. See what? We must see what remains. Jump drive is powering up. This is Outer Rim Broadcasting, Orb, reporting from an undisclosed location on the front lines. I'm your host, Cisco Hyperion. No, that's not my real name. This broadcast is illegal. Anybody who speaks on this channel takes great risk with their own life. I answered the call. You won't see this on the so-called Interstellar News Network. The job of informing the people of the Outer Rim falls on our shoulders. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? We face a relentless enemy in the Outer Rim colonies, committed to our total subjugation. The ruthless Earth Systems Alliance, led by their synthetic dictator, Infernis. For years they pushed our backs against the wall. Now we finally take the fight to them. It's been 1 Earth week since Infernis was liberated from the pigs. This footage of the last ones leaving the planet. Infernis was occupied by the ESA nearly 30 Earth years ago. The discovery of valuable relics on the surface made them a prime target for occupation. Now they are free. A small resistance cell known as Scrap Springs Division managed to activate one of these relics. An ancient vessel with advanced capabilities. After a fierce battle, they were able to acquire the ship. The battle will be remembered as the Battle of Zeron, so named for the vessel itself. Shortly after it came online, relics began activating all over the planet. They quickly began targeting ESA positions exclusively, leaving coalition forces alone. Scrap Springs Division gives me hope for a better future, free from ESA tyranny. Keep fighting, don't give up, I'm not tired. If we stand together, we can make a difference. We will be free. The day we gain our freedom is coming, but not today. We're not out of the woods yet, far from it. We still have a long road ahead. After the Battle of Zeron, the Zeron supercarrier disappeared in a flash of light. I'm sure wherever they are, they're bringing the fight to them. I'm afraid I must also do the same. This is Cisco Hyperion signing off. What about this one? Just like the others, an advanced civilization wiped out hundreds of years ago. The exact time of the destruction varies from world to world, but the pattern is the same. Damn it. This is the 7th planet we've surveyed. How many more are we going to find like this? They seem to be quite proficient at committing genocide. What's their endgame? What is Kern trying to achieve? What does he want? Cromwell said they were attempting to stop the Purge and that we were the cause. Supposedly this takes place at some point in the future. There's got to be more to it than that. I guess we should jump to the next planet then. Wait. We sense something, a structure. Something remains. Do you think whatever's down there can help us enhance the jump drive? We have a lot of people stranded out there. Components for the jump drive were developed on multiple worlds, including this one. We didn't know who would be destroyed next. If power to the jump drive can be increased, the space-time displacement field can be expanded to include other vessels. What about Commander Lexington? Do you think he's okay? From the sound of it, he caused quite a stir on Canis Prime. Lexington's former commanding officer, Jackson Bernard, attempted a coup, but they were outmaneuvered by another pack leader, Xena. According to the news, the new Alpha exiled Bernard and his supporters. They're on the run. With the Zelenov array tracking their movements, they'll be outflanked. Unless we can get to them first. How long can they hold out? I don't know. We don't have much time then. Let's get down to the surface. Is the atmosphere breathable? Affirmative. Then what are we waiting for? Let's beam down. Negative. Electromagnetic interference is preventing safe MATCOM transport. We will descend to the surface, entering atmosphere. Shuttle. Check out the name. TRS Raven, Shuttle 2. This shuttle came from that ship? What would it be doing here? We know that Kern was looking for relics. This planet's unique characteristics would have made a MATCOM transport impossible. But check out the shuttle. There might be some clues as to what they were doing here. We detect an interface. Are the systems still operational? Negative. Rerouting primary circuits. The tablet on the ground. Officer's log. The shuttle was hit by an ion storm. It's been 7 days since the crash. Our locator beacon doesn't seem to be working here. And Sinvorian is dead. I wasn't able to stop the bleeding. I guess it's just me now. There's a structure nearby. Maybe there's something there that can help me get off this rock. The log is dated April 11th, 2340. Nearly 30 years ago. From the sound of it, he was heading for the same place as us. Let's head for the tower. Finally, we made it. What is this place? This building is just here, all by itself. What was its original purpose? This facility was designed to research methods of climate mitigation on our homeworld. The primary purpose was to increase precipitation. This world was chosen because its climate was similar to that of our home. It sure doesn't look like it. Infernus is quite hot and dry. You're saying this place is some sort of weather control device? Affirmative. From the looks of it, it's been raining here for years. It definitely seems to be working. Was it just left on? Looks like it. How is this going to help us with the jump drive? The power core from this facility can be adapted to enhance the drive. We're soaked. Let's get inside. Officer's log. It looks like nobody's been in here for many years. At least I'm out of the rain. I haven't seen us stop since I've been here. I'm down to my last rations. Those creatures are toxic. I tried to eat one and I almost had a heart attack. The only edible thing I found here are those orange pods. They taste like bleach. Am I ever going to get home? The controls are manually bypassed. We cannot deactivate the device from here. Officer's log. They're all dead. They went into stasis over 4,000 years ago. It must have malfunctioned. Their people suffered a great apocalypse. Could it have been us? Kern was obsessed with these Malarians. No, that's not possible. Republic Central Command would never approve of a jump that far back. There's too many things that could go wrong. Officer's log. It's been 3 months to the day that I crashed down this hellhole. They're never going to find me. I'm as good as dead. I can't stand to eat another one of those disgusting pods. The only thing keeping me going is to find something I can use to fix my shuttle. I thought this power conduit would work, but now I've broken the hyperlift. FML. This might be my last log. I've been thinking about suicide. It's been 6 horrible months since the crash. It's always the same. The rain never stops. Please make it stop. I can't take it anymore. I've tried everything. There's no way I'm going to be able to fix the shuttle. Is this how it ends for me? Officer's log. It's been a tough year. I realize that I'm never getting out of here. I've been pouring all over the information I can pull from the Valarian database. I cross-referenced the sensor readings sent to this outpost 4,000 years ago with the readings from last year. Their people were destroyed by the Raven. Why would Captain Ra agree to this? I need to know. Happy 3-year anniversary. I know why these Malarians were targeted. They came into possession of an artifact created by the first ones. It was different than the ones the Republic found on Vega 2. Director Kern was obsessed with perfecting our capabilities. He wouldn't be able to stop himself. "5 years. It feels like 50. If I could speak to my younger self, I'd say, don't get into this line of work. You'll end up trapped 30 years in the past on a planet where it never stops raining." What a sick joke. My younger self still thinks he has his whole life ahead of him. One hell of a delusion, if you ask me. "10 years and counting. I'm trying to stop the rain, but I'm locked out. Primary systems require a Malarian neural pattern. I tried pulling the power core, but the automated defenses almost killed me the last time I entered that room. I need to find a way to pass the time. I can't do this anymore." Is he alive? Yes, although he's quite malnourished. Uh-oh. Who? What? You found me after all this time. My name is Krax. What's your name? TRS Raven, Lieutenant Hank Manson at your service. Wait, you're not a Terran Republic officer. I hate to break it to you, but your Terran Republic no longer exists. From our perspective, it never existed. If that's true, then what has taken its place? The damn pigs. Pigs? What? A brutal empire. They're known as the Earth Systems Alliance. They control hundreds of worlds. They are our sworn enemy. But how? Why? We don't have all the details, but it appears that the head of the ESA government, Director Kern, has been using powerful artifacts to manipulate space-time. We're hoping you could shed some light on this. You were part of the Raven's original crew. How was the Raven able to travel through time? The quantum chip, it was derived from the artifacts found on Vega 2. Why did your kind destroy us? Us. But you're an android. It's a long story. Kronos 13 is the last of the Malarians swimming around in there. That's how we found this place. So what's the scoop? Why was your crew committing genocide? I crashed here before any of that, so I don't know. The Republic would never authorize such an operation unless Earth is in imminent danger. But Kern would. Kern was obsessed with finding more of these artifacts. The star maps found on Vega 2 indicated that one of them was located in this sector. It looks like you found it. The Eye. What's that, the Eye? Kern came in possession of an artifact he calls the Eye of Providence, and enables him to see far into the past and the future, predicting the outcome. If he's got the quantum chip and the Eye of Providence, holy shit. With that kind of power, there's no limit to what he could have done. This Eye of Providence showed Kern that we were a threat. Apparently we caused some sort of great purge in the future. I don't believe it though. He's got the big guns, not us. Who are you guys anyway? Members of the Outer Rim Coalition, Scrap Springs Division. Infernis is our home, which is the former home of the Malarians. The ESA has deployed the Zelenoff array. It gives them lag-free communication and sensor data across the entire sector. The worlds of the Outer Rim are now easy prey. We don't have much time. We have to stop it, or we're toast. We recovered a Malarian vessel. It uses a different form of travel, the jump drive. In fact, that's why we're here. We need the power core of this weather control tower to enhance the jump drive. only way we're going to be able to take out their array is if we have a fleet. Extending our jump field to encompass the fleet requires more power. I've already tried to remove the power core. It's protected by some pretty advanced automated defenses. It almost killed me. But maybe you could distract the defensive system. Or the defense system. That would give me time to disconnect the core. Once the power is cut off, the defense system should go offline. What are we waiting for? Let's go. After we do this, please get me off this rock. It's been hell. Of course. Let's do this. Wait, I can't leave without Chester. Chester? My cat. He's the only person who's kept me company all of these years. Person? The cat is nothing but junk, formed into the shape of a cat. Chester isn't junk. He's alive. I guess if I were stranded here for that long, I'd go nuts too. Come here, Chester. I'll keep you safe. Come on, let's go. The power core is just one floor up. Got it. He said the android can interface with Malarian technology. The connection is ready. I'll hook you up. Who has breached this entity's plexus? A sentinel. It survived after all this time. Contact with the homeworld was lost 4270 cycles ago. This entity has stood guard ever since. After so many cycles had passed, the probability of survivors from the homeworld was calculated to be 0%. It is true that none of our people survived, but for a small number of us, our memories remain intact. You may not be the only survivors. The fleet remains undiscovered. What are your orders? If the fleet remains, we must seek it out. We need you to shut down the weather control device so we can transport the power core. This entity will cease to function without power. This entity does not want to die. You don't have to die. Come with us. We could use your help. This entity has known only the rain. It has never seen the sun. Weather control grid powering down. It's beautiful. Weather control grid powering down. Cronus 13 is waking up. It is done. Has the interference cleared up enough for a Metcon transfer? You bet. And let's get ourselves and this core back to the ship. Initiating Metcon transfer. Power output nominal. I'm detecting an anti-temporal field emanating from the device. So this is what the pigs wanted so badly. As long as the inhibitor has power, it will keep them at bay. The eye will be rendered blind within the field. I'm beginning to see why Kern considers us such a threat. With the jump drive and this inhibitor thing, we finally have a chance in hell. He's used to having absolute control of the variables. We took that away from him. Good, let's beat his psychotic synthetic gas. We still don't know why he's doing this in the first place. You said my Terran Republic never existed. I need to see what's changed from the world I know. Downloading logs and historical database from my shuttle. Oh no, this isn't right at all. Except the Raven and her sister ship, the Dauntless, and the crew, there's no trace of the world I recognize. On Earth, 200 years ago, this event, it never occurred in my timeline. What event? The first Contact Day attacks. The Earth was still governed by nation-states at the time. As quickly as the ship was detected in orbit, it had vanished. Anybody want to take a wild guess who it might have been? The attacks instilled fear into the population. They looked to a global authority to keep them safe. The United Earth Alliance, what would later become the Earth Systems Alliance. The rest is history. What are we going to do about it? We have to take out the Zelenov array. It's the source of Kern's power out here. The Zelenov array has an entire fleet guarding it. We're going to need more than one ship. The fleet, it may have survived. It was hidden from the Advena. These are the coordinates. The Aros system. A black hole? What about Commander Lexington and the K-9 fleet? If I know Lexington, he's going to try to break the blockade. If they don't stop that conference, Orc will be framed for the attacks. They won't be able to hold out onto their own. They won't be able to hold out on their own. They're going to need help. Let's find that Malorian fleet. Beginning ascent. Take us into the event horizon. Are you sure about this? I've never heard of anybody escaping a black hole before. The jump drive will allow for our escape once we've found the fleet. If you say so, taking us in. believe it. Holy shit. I'm detecting over 100 ships. Their configuration is consistent with Malarian design. Don't celebrate just yet. It looks like they just got into a fight. We're being hailed. Answer. Run a translation matrix, Chronos 13. The supercarrier survived. When it did not return 1 cycle ago, we had given up all hope. 1 year? More like 4,700 years. Time dilation, Marley. We are inside the event horizon. Every second we spend in here is roughly 47 minutes outside. That's why we have to hurry, otherwise we'll be too late. You're not Malarian. How is this possible? My name is Krax. You? I'm Nelma, coordinator of the fleet. Pleased to meet you, Nelma. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your kind died out 4,750 cycles ago. You are the last survivors. We recovered some Malarian memory files. Another of your kind, Zeron, has been helping us. Send them everything we've got, Chronos 13. We know who's responsible for the destruction of your world. If they're not stopped, many more will be destroyed. These destroyers, what you refer to as the Alliance, tools of the Advena. We encountered them only hours ago, shortly before your arrival. Kern must have found out about the fleet after absorbing Zeron's memories. They did not answer our hails. They attacked and boarded our mothership. We thwarted the attack, but they stole our anti-graviton emitter. Oh no. If I understand correctly, the jump drive will work inside a black hole, but it must be operated in the presence of a strong anti-graviton field. This is to compensate for the extreme gravity. That synthetic dickhead Kern, he must have known that was our ticket out of here. We have enough power to get ourselves out of here, but not the fleet. We'll have to leave them behind. No, we will not leave them behind. They are the last of our people. But Cronus, hours have already gone by in the last few minutes. By the time we get this emitter, it'll be years. We know we live long enough to be a threat to Kern in the future. We will not leave them behind. We will do this together. That's one hell of an assumption. Let's get on with it then. Every second we waste here brings us closer to a world we won't even recognize. Nelma, the Alliance fleet that took your emitter, do you have their last known coordinates? Sending coordinates. If we work together, we can escape this place. We need the Malarian fleet to act as a distraction so we can slip on board. Will you help us? We will. Sending instructions to the fleet. Let's get that emitter and get the hell out of here. It cracks out. Detecting an anti-graviton signature from the enemy ship. Get us closer so we can beam aboard. We're being hailed by the vessel. Put it through. You took the bait. Kern. I'm a mere fraction of Kern. More than enough to handle you. While you waste your time on me, years, decades are passing by. You're out of the way. Whether you're alive or not, I've already won. You want the device? Come and get it. That dickhead. Get us over there, Cronus 13. Affirmative. Matcon signature lock established. Looks like we're on deck 14. I'm detecting the anti-graviton signatures 2 levels above us, an engineering lab on deck 12. You made it, just in time. Where the hell are you, Kern? I'm going to whoop your sorry synthetic ass. The real Kern is outside the black hole, accomplishing every one of his objectives. As for me, let's just say I'm a cheap copy. You've already wasted so much time. You're too late. Terminating entity. See you on the other side. Activating Matcon transponder. Let's get out of here. Nelma, set the frequency modulation to 332.17 terahertz. Understood. We're ready to initiate the jump. How long has it been outside the black hole? By my calculations, over 120 years. That long? Who knows what we'll find on the other side? Anti-graviton field set. Calibration complete. Jump drive field extended. Activating jump drive. How is this possible? It's gone. Everything's gone. What the hell? Everything? Only detecting small pockets of ordinary matter in space-time. The rest of space appears to be in a state of molecular temporal flux. It's as if the laws of physics have broken down. The purge. But how? What could have caused this level of destruction? Cromwell said that we were the cause. We weren't even there for it. Guys, I'm detecting an automated signal on an encrypted Terran Republic channel. What does it say? It reads, if you are receiving this transmission, it means we have failed to prevent the purge. Your last hope remains at the gates of time's eclipse. Then a set of coordinates is provided. Take us there. The station has a Krill configuration, although it's been heavily modified. I'm detecting core components from over 27 different design profiles. It looks like it's all been cobbled together somehow. What about life science? I'm detecting an internal biosphere with roughly 25,000 humanoid life forms. It's a mix. Terran, Phelite, Krill, and a few others I haven't seen before. They're being hailed. Put it through. Impossible. We followed the encrypted signal. Who are you? What is this place? I'm Chief Operator Fisker Frigarius. This place is Time's Eclipse. We are... I know who you are. A brief historical footnote. Scrap Springs Division. You managed to commandeer an ancient vessel. You extract the cancer from your world, then you disappear without a trace. Never to be seen again until today. We were trapped in the black hole. For us, it's only been a few hours. It didn't go too well for your friends. They were slaughtered, all of them. They served as an example of what happens if you oppose the Alliance. Excuse me, Chief Operator, what is this place? What happened to everything? We're new here. In the years after you disappeared, Kern consolidated his power. In time, all hope was lost. The temporal explosion came suddenly and without warning. Those who did not have natural or artificial temporal shielding suffered their fate. After the explosion, there was no trace of Kern, or much of anything else. As for this place, the answer to that is complicated. The Krill station was protected with a temporal shield unit. Over time, the station has become a place for lost travelers and wayward souls, a second chance or a new life. We are the Order of Restoration. signal your station was emitting was on a Terran Republic channel. How do you explain that? The founders of the Order came from that realm. Anyone able to decode the signal would be aware of the conspiracy. The reality itself has shifted far from its original course. There's much to discuss. Send all the information about your situation and your dealings with Cohen. There might be a way to get you home. Home now. Slipstream Gate. It will take us some time to analyze your logs. In the meantime, take a rest. Enjoy what Time's Eclipse has to offer. Despite the many challenges, we're proud of what we've built here. You're clear to dock. After you've had a chance to look around, meet with me at the command center. We'll come up with a plan. Fligarius out. Oh wow, check out the view. So many bits and pieces, somehow they've made it work. They've already built a life for themselves here. Do you think Fisker's serious about finding a way home? I don't know if we can trust him. I didn't sense any deception. Although he did ask for information, perhaps they need something from us. Let's get going. Fisker told us to meet him at the station's command center. Founders came from a time and place before the Great Purge. They sought to restore that which was lost. noticed you got a chance to check out Time's Eclipse. Amazed at what you've been able to keep the station operational. Mixing and matching different technology, it must be a challenge. After the purge, there wasn't many food sources left. We've had to make do with what we've got. What are we looking at? The source of the purge. When and where did this temporal explosion occur? That's difficult to say. We've determined the explosion took place in 4 distinct space-time locations, although they are tied to a singular event approximately 5 years after you entered the black hole. We know it has something to do with the array network built by the ESA. The Zelenov array was just the first. The founders were determined to isolate the cause of the purge. They wanted to restore the world they had lost, their reality. Who are these founders, anyway? A Terran Republic crew, the first council of the Order, including my father, Trip Fligarius. The disgraced Captain Everson and her officers founded this place. How? Why? Time's Eclipse was originally designed by the Krill to study the distant past. The station's construction was nearly complete when the temporal explosion occurred. 42 Earth years ago, the day of the explosion in this space-time, a Krill temporal scientist by the name of Keldar saved the station from certain destruction. This is where the story begins. Another foreshock. We just lost another sensory relay. It's spreading at an exponential rate. We have less than 2 minutes before the shockwave hits. What is it? Analyzing. No, this cannot be. What is it? We're reading severe temporal distortions. It's destroying everything in its path. Dual frequencies, 550 terahertz and 750 terahertz. How do we stop this? Activating slipstream gate, creating inverse temporal field, integrating shields, dual modulation. What are you doing? A slipstream gate wasn't designed to be used this way. If my calculations are correct, these settings will shield us from the shockwave, expanding temporal shields. The shockwave impact in 10, 9, 8, 7. It's gone. Everything is gone. Not everything are gone. Pockets of normal space-time remain. Some systems survived the calamity, however, only a small fraction of what remains. Find the source of the explosion. We have to go back. We have to stop this. Time, Keldar found the space-time exit points of the explosion, 4 to be exact. Exit points. The explosion occurred from 4 different places, 4 different times, all at once. How is that even possible? The explosion came from a singular event. Keldar found the exit points, but he couldn't trace the source. This is a one-way trip, Keldar. We don't have enough power to bring you back. There has to be another way. This is the only way. More refugees are arriving by the day. As it stands, even traveling to the recent past, we find nothing but a shattered reality. I must scan the space-time variants of the other exits. By comparing the readings, I'll find the source. If I can close the exit, at least one of them will have a chance. Some of what was lost will return, the rest is up to you. 50,000 solar cycles is a long time, Keldar. How will you close the exit? How will we receive your readings? I'll find a way. Check for my return signal. Activate the gate the moment you receive it. Keldar. After you close the exit, you make it back here alive. You hear me? Archon, he did it. I'm now detecting only 3 exits, not 4. Do a scan. What is the status of the explosion? It has not been stopped, but a bubble of space-time has been restored. Everything after 50,000 cycles ago and before the explosion in this space-time. Any sign of Keldar? Nothing yet. Just a moment. I'm receiving his return signal. Activate the gate. Yes, Archon. Where did Keldar send us? What is this place? He did say we would encounter great suffering. There must be something we can do. We were sent here for a reason. Keldar did survive the jump, but he was trapped 50,000 years in the past. He digitized his consciousness and buried himself, undisturbed for eons. That is until Everson and her crew found him and were sent through the gate. With the help of Everson and her crew, the source of the explosion was found, a pair of artifacts in the possession of the synthetic dictator, Gurn. During this time, Time's Eclipse became a base of operations, with more and more refugees flooding in every day. Our numbers began to grow. Structure was needed. The Order of Restoration was founded. The mission was clear: restore what had been destroyed, stop the explosion at its source, past, present, and future. All citizens of Time's Eclipse shared this vision. But there was a problem. You could say that. So what the hell happened to them? They tried for years and made many jumps through the gate. Kern proved to be quite elusive. It always seemed he was 10 steps ahead. Until today, we had no idea why. The Eye of Providence. After many attempts, Everson thought she had found the source of the explosion, a space-time location approximately 5 years into your future. They went through the gate one last time. We never saw them again. I was just a kitten at the time. As it stands, the explosion still occurred. I can only conclude that Everson and her crew failed to stop occurring. Every team we've attempted to send to that space-time location goes missing. We lost a lot of good people trying to retrieve the founders. Eventually, the Order moved on. Priorities shifted. We began to focus on building a life for ourselves here rather than changing the past. But now that you're here, there may be a chance to stop this madness. Aslan Alpha Ray was just the first in a series of installations constructed by the ESA. With real-time, cross-sector, full-spectrum communications and sensors at their disposal, the ESA and Kern dominated. They had their boot on the neck of all who opposed them. Nobody even tried to stop them. Your comrade Lexington put up a valiant effort but would ultimately fail. He would serve as an example of what happens to those who oppose the ESA. Oh no, Lexington. What happened to him? Computer access historical log, Argus Lexington, Outer Rim Coalition, final days and death. There's one thing I gotta do. I don't want to add Kronos 5G to the party twice. sure this is the right ship, Argus. It better be, otherwise we're never getting through the blockade. Sir, the vessel is attempting to send a distress call. Jam it. We don't want any more of them breathing down our necks. Initiating communications feedback pulse. Transmitting virus. This should make our job a little easier. Status. No life signs, only automated defenses remain. Beaming them into space, it seems so cruel. What they've done to us is far worse. Let's get over there. We have to take the bridge. The bridge is too heavily shielded to get a MatCon lock. I can get you in about two decks down. Enough where I can track our fleet if we get too close. There's only one way we're getting near that conference. They have to think we're one of theirs. The intelligence reports I received were deeply disturbing. The Alliance plans to attack their own conference. All while framing the coalition as terrorists in the process. They'll be free to unleash whatever they have planned next, with nobody to stand in their way. What about your friends? You said they'd help us. They were last seen in orbit around Infernis. After acquiring the supercarrier, they went missing. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We have to act without them. The conference is only hours away. Still have the automatic defenses of the ship to contend with. Let's grab everything useful and make our way to the bridge. Oh, this room, for some reason, is laggy. But the lag goes away when I pick up the items, so I don't know why. I'll probably just have to do fewer items or something. See, after I get a certain number of items, it goes to full speed. I don't know what the cause of that lag is.
not possible.
Station, disengage alert status. Let's see what we're dealing with. We're receiving a status update request from ESA Central Command. They must have detected the distress call from earlier. They're asking why there's no visual communications. Tell them that we destroyed the Saber Wolf after we were attacked. Let them know that we've sustained damage to our communications array. Request for repairs at Infernis Station. Sending transmission. One moment. They're saying repair request approved. Good job eliminating the rogue K9 flagship. If the Saber Wolf is detected, it'll blow our cover. Send a transmission to the Saber Wolf. Tell them to lie low until we get the signal. Understood. Set a course for Infernis. Engage warp drive. Roger, Admiral. We have some time before we reach Infernis. Let's see what the Alliance's propaganda has to say. I want to see how the conference is being framed by the media. This is the Interstellar News Network. I'm your host, Byron Williams. Today's top story. Negotiations have begun in orbit above Infernis Prime. Representatives from over 30 Outer Rim worlds are in attendance. The far-flung colony has recently been the target of several terrorist attacks. The extremists call themselves the Outer Rim Coalition. They have taken the colony of Infernis Prime hostage. The Orc has a history of bloodshed. They target anyone who doesn't align with their fundamentalist ideology. The extremist group managed to activate dangerous relics found on the planet. They use these relics to go on what can only be described as a killing spree. Thousands of ordinary citizens were killed in the attacks. A temporary evacuation of all ESA personnel was ordered for their safety and yours. Infernis is now under a heavy blockade. Nobody may enter or leave the orbit of the planet or they will be destroyed. The fate of those who remain on the planet will be decided at the conference. The Earth Systems Alliance are the true coalition builders. Negotiations have been tense but productive. Here's a short segment from today's session. The Monconian Workers Collective appreciates the security guarantees made by the ESA. Their concerns around ESA labor practices, competing in alliance markets, might lead to the erosion of wages. Rest assured, joining the alliance will not lead to a decrease in wages. We'll make reasonable accommodations for the Monconian Workers Collective. We'll provide generous subsidies that should offset any loss in wages. The Bogosian Confederation takes issue with this approach. We have no problem competing in alliance markets when we require no subsidies, although alliance tariffs, taxes, and service fees are out of control. The concerns are understood. The alliance is prepared to offer a generous economic package. This includes special tax-free economic zones and free trade among member states. I remind this council that this conference is about our mutual security. A threat exists which endangers all of our worlds. We must act now before it's too late. Further details will be presented to you all in the closed session. Let's set aside our small differences and embrace a shared vision, a vision of a prosperous, stable, and safe galaxy. A new interstellar order, one ruled by strength, unity, and the rule of law. Only when we work together can we achieve this shared vision. WD Director Alex Cromwell always carries herself with such grace. She really cares, you can just tell. What is the existential threat, she mentioned? Will the delegates sign on to membership within the Alliance? We'll have updates for all of you as they come in. This is a historic time, I can feel it. Never before we've been so close to a brighter future. Don't wipe away my tears, for these are tears of joy. Stand another minute. I won't torture you anymore with this, Argus. We're starting to get close anyway. Approaching Infernis system. Take us out of warp. Take us to the station. Get us as close as you can. Aye, Admiral. Get us tapped into the conference chamber video feed. Understood, Admiral. Let's see what kind of lies they come up with this time. I've broken through the encryption, establishing video feed. I warned all of you there is a threat that endangers all our worlds. We believe an attack is imminent. It is imperative that we all sign the treaty. The array will offer protection by integrating all of our defensive networks. If a threat strikes one of us, all of us will be able to respond quickly. I'm not convinced. I don't see any evidence of a threat. Outer Rim Coalition's activities have always been pretty small scale. What's different this time? We have evidence of the terrorists have acquired a deadly superweapon. An attack on any of us can happen at any time. Director of Special Operations, Colonel Eric Thraxton, can explain. As most of you know, thousands of years ago, a species known as the Malarians inhabited this region of space. They were quite advanced, but their civilization came to a sudden end. Their power rose to such heights that they destroyed themselves. Their artifacts can be found on many worlds throughout the sector, although you'll find the most valuable ones on their former homeworld, Infernis Prime. A number of weeks ago, one of our excavation teams stumbled upon an ancient Malarian database. This database contained the digital consciousness of a survivor, their former ruler, a Malarian warlord by the name of Zeron. Before we could retrieve the database, our excavation team was assaulted by an orc terrorist cell. The assigned android was stolen along with the Malarian database. The terrorists entered into a pact with Zeron. They began to activate relics across the planet, targeting our forces. We had to evacuate. One of these relics was an ancient superweapon. The device allows for instantaneous transportation. Troops, explosive ships, even entire fleets. In the blink of an eye, they can strike anywhere, at any moment. They can and will be on your doorstep. The terrorists sent this transmission only hours ago. This is Lord Zeron. My people's legacy lives on through me. My new allies and I have rightly taken back my ancestral homeworld. The rest of our ancestral homeland will be returned to us. You have 12 of your hours to leave what you call Proxima Sector. If you do not comply with our demands, you will be destroyed. It's been more than 12 hours, at least so far they haven't attacked. But that doesn't mean they won't. There's been an attack. Breaking news. Dalen 6, Relnix 3, and D7 colony have come under attack in Proxima Sector. Reporting live from Dalen 6. The devices appear to be coming through some kind of portal. We're receiving a live video feed from the surface. Dalen 6, that's my home. Do something. The 7th Fleet is en route. Unless we can find where these portals are coming from, we're all in danger. We need a scan. Give us your command codes. Hurry. Ms. Lenoff or May will coordinate our mutual defense. Transferring command codes. Uploading command codes. The 7th Fleet has arrived. They're here to save the day. An energy field. They did it. They found a way to close the portals. They're heroes. attacks reported on Odarian 3, Thermasis 7, and Proliac Prime. ESA will protect you. You need those codes. Dispatching fleets. We have to shut this shit down now. Tiberius, open a channel to the fleet. Priority 1. Admiral Bernard, the Coalition fleet. Alert status red. Sending coordinates. Engage. The fleet is on its way. ETA 22 minutes. We have to expose these lies. They'll only hear us if we do it in person. The conference chamber is heavily guarded. It won't be easy. Our odds of survival are not good. I never said it would be easy. If we don't make it out of this one alive, it was an honor serving with each and every one of you. Don't be like that, Argus. We're all coming back alive. You hear me? Madcon Scramblers in effect. I can't get us directly into the conference chamber. It's close enough. Or close though. We'll just have to fight our way through. Let's see if we can improve our odds a little bit. Initiate a data spike. It will overwhelm their internal systems. Initiating data spike. Get us over there. Initiating Macon transfer. The council chamber is just ahead. We're almost there. Kind of sped through it as pretty much as fast as I could. It looks like it's clocking in at 6.5 hours. But when the maps aren't abbreviated, it's probably going to be more like 8 hours. know why I'm getting like some weird audio clipping issues that have just started popping up, and the lag in some parts of the game is worse than it was before, so I'm just, there must be a cause of it. It's kind of bugging me. I'll be right back. Let me try turning off all the preloaders and stuff and see if that does anything different. I kind of want to load the ones that were lagging to see if they lag the same or if they get better or worse. This file, yeah. About the same. take a few. I need to try to do that differently rather than a bunch of parallel events. I think that's what causes it. Which version of the Mode 7 plugin do we have? Because maybe that has something to do with it. Ultra Mode 7. Now I'm wondering if it improves after it gets to a certain part of the screen. No, it doesn't. Let me see if it stays at the higher frame rate if I don't actually have the dialogue go any step further. So I wonder if the lag happens from the camera and the other stuff or from the dialogue itself. No, it seems to happen as the map scrolls down regardless. Performance goes back up when it gets to the upper part of the map again. It's so weird. the older version of Mode 7, so let me see if that makes a difference. Got different problems with the older version and has a little bit better performance. Yeah, so maybe I have to use a version that's in between. Also, let me try something too. The difficulty setting is the new parallel event I've added, so let me try turning switch 1118 off as the first thing. Because there might be some parallel stuff just constantly slamming in the background that causes this to tip over the edge. Let's try that. Let's put the Ultra Mode 7 back. And then let's try something too. try it with MV, with the older version of the nw.js and see if anything different happens. So I want to figure out where the lag is coming from. The older version is way worse. Scratch that. Let's see. Use fade Z. So let's see if I turn off fade Z, if it gets a little better. It did get a little better. Let's see. Yeah, the problem was that character fade Z. The FPS are pretty normal now. God, it's like the bigger your project gets, the more of this little stuff pops up, like more and more. Like I have so many plugins that like little tiny things like this pop up like really like a lot more regularly than they used to. Where you test it one time and it's fine, and then the next time you test it, it's not fine. But now I think it's over 100 FPS consistently now, so I think we're good. Okay, fix that one. That's good. Now the other one, the one that is really bugging me. It's just a normal room. Yet it lags. Oh, wait a minute. Well, I can't test that one. Well, I can if I load this file, yeah. Got to get rid of a few of these, I think. So weird, when I walk to the top part of this room, it goes to 144 FPS, and then if I walk to the bottom of the room, it goes down to like 60, and then if I go back up, it goes back up to 144. So I'm just wondering like what causes this shit, because it kind of bugs me. I don't know what the problem is. And then after I pick up the items, the lag goes away. So I don't know what the problem is. to continue to work on this. I'm probably gonna end the stream for now. I know it's a little shorter than normal, but I have a couple errands to run, and having to deal with the lag shit took it out of me faster. But at least we found out what the issue was, and that it's somewhat resolved now. But there's still some lingering stuff I need to figure out. But anyway, you guys have a good one. Have a great week.